moved there. That's right. I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. I should have brought mine home. Fine. You still working?
Still doing okay?
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna be here a while.
Yeah. Robert Shanahan gonna be here today.
Don't know. We didn't indicate whether it's going or not. So, Jack,
Yeah.
well, I wasn't that old.
484-127. Who is this, please?
Yeah, I worked all over that rabbit
Trying to
hill.
get 484-127.
Then he went to work on car.
I was putting aside, I was working as a porter, you know. Making $2.06. I was raised in the depot.
Where did you originally come from?
Oh, my folks lived up there. I was born over in Walking. We lived when I was sophomore in high school.
对。
They can't get their ballot here.
He was Texas. That's great.
Well, yeah, so, on board. We got this.
No way.
Like the one I made. Everything today. We just shifted all the stuff around yesterday. We have cash out, put it in over there.
Great. Back there.
I still got that. We got a South Bend trade down here in a minute. We got this from Bill here. I got the switchboard, he gave that to us. John Charles, he gave us a year. Hello, Chuck. Hello, Chuck. Okay, well, right now we're supposed to be in a few minutes contacting the Dallas-Fort Worth chapter. They're having trouble with their phone at the museum in Garland, so they're going to, several of them are going over to this guy's home, and we got their phone number. We're going to be calling them about 12:30 or 1 o'clock. We have a southbound train supposed to be by here within the next 15 or 20 minutes, and we'll try to find out where he's at. And if you want to, you can go out on the platform out here and watch him back. We also need to take a group picture, a group photograph. And I think the best place to take it is out on the station platform out here with everybody against this north end of it, facing south, and I will get down on the other end and make the picture, and we'll come back in here. And maybe the train will come by while we're out there. I'll tell you what we can do. Just about everybody, is Bill Whitaker here yet? Okay, haven't seen him, okay. We'll wait till
He said he told me this a few days ago he's gonna be here.
Yeah, he's supposed to be here. Okay, what we'll do in the meantime, let's go take our group pictures, and hopefully, maybe by then he will be here.
Yeah, he's not operating.
Okay, all the telegraph operators, let's go out to the station platform and out through the side door and stand on the platform. All the operators, let's go out to the platform out here. And we're going to go outside of the platform. Now, y'all be careful, get past
Mr. Doolittle, you still live at Naples?
No, I'm at the
Dangerville. Do you know what? I go to Avenger to see my sister Shirley. She lives in Shirley lives
It's already what it used to be. Whenever
Shirley lives in Avenger. She's in Longview.
she went out to lights on one. I see a few alert points. Down there, they don't even have cabooses. They don't have any.
We need to sit down now.
She died.
Really? And you live in Dangerville?
Have a seat, Lou.
Right in town?
Have a seat over there.
Well, I think we'll have to go into
I
practice.
go to Alabama like Thursday, going to Thursday.
I'm going to.
Well, I didn't know where.
Have a seat back there so we can get this going over it.
Okay.
We'll, you have a phone.
Yeah, what?
Let me have your mail.
Yeah, boy and girl.
Okay, honey, I'll see you. No.
Which one would you take? Cash? Did you say you want to poke cigarettes? Huh? The little one said he wants to poke a cigarette. Mama and Daddy, you know,
Set up one on camera right here. We're there. I'm not getting you there, so if you get back to where we have one more register, and then we're going to have our drawing for the prize. This is a prize here. So if you all kind of work your way over here, when she gets back in here, she'll draw for the prize.
when did you retire? I
I
retired
start
February.
Education.
Very short. Okay, sure. Let's see what you got. It'll be a while yet.
How old are you now?
That's the big one.
Big one. Got a long way up.
It's $7 a year. One of those papers a
How are
year.
you? You don't look like it. I mean, you know, you look really
You can read
good.
about a lot of stuff.
You know, my mother lived to 85. She died at 81. She was 85. Daddy died when he was 71. He died young, really. I think he's young now.
Into who was that? Oh, everybody remember B.O. Irons?
Yeah.
He just came in.
Tell Taylor, there he is.
Well, you bet. Okay, now the prize is going to be something you're going to like. And for anybody who's ever involved with the BSM, it's going to bring back some memories. And so what we're going to do, Anthony's going to draw from those names that we got this morning and pull one out, shake it up real good. Mr. Irons was the last one in. Got some train orders over there with a BOI on them. And here we go. Dylan Halsey. Okay.
No.
Oh, both of them raised their hands.
Dylan.
Dylan, do you really again?
Dylan is the recipient of Fred Fraley's latest book, Blue Streak Merchandise.
Oh, that's good.
And you may even find your name in here. Believe it or not, I got mine in there a few times. And so, congratulations. Now, we have some applications for the Morris Telegraph Club up here. We're not an active chapter, and probably never will be. But if you want to join, you'll automatically become a member of the Dallas-Fort Worth chapter. The dues are $7 a year. You get 4 newspapers a year. They're full of all kinds of Morris information, and it's a good, worthwhile thing to join if you want to. We've got some applications. And Dots and Dashes is the name of the publication, and there are all kind of historical telegraph articles in it and so forth. So I think now, let's see, let's go ahead and try to contact somebody else, and we'll get James up here to do the telegraphing, and just you know, as any of us could probably. But is James out there anywhere?
Right there.
Oh, here he is. I'm looking back there. See, I have trouble with these trifocals here. Okay, James, let me see if I can dial. Thanks, Anthony. And we're gonna see him. He has to sit over here. So Billy, there you go. And I will dial him.
What you say their call sign is?
Okay, they're not back yet. So what we're gonna call the national headquarters in Normal, Illinois, which I called yesterday, right here. But now the way it'll work, I'll have to tell him what we're going to do. Well, we need the phone needs to be unplugged in the other. Now we got it.
He quit. He retired. This is his first year. He retired. Now second year. He was around 25 years. He got 21 years. 25 years.
What was his name? J.A. Yeah, I used to work with him. But you retired.
I ain't bad. At least 3 years.
Jack Allen would be on way down several until can you make so-and-so second? Kimmel said, I can't. Claus said, hell, boy, Frank Springer can make him 1 out of a 0. And he would, and the trainman would take it too.
Gil, did you ever work at Bassett?
Hell, yeah.
Northbound train, the first night I worked.
But I didn't think that.
Scare you, Richard.
He came up there, and that headlight was trying up there to hold up there, and when that headlight hit me, just like that, and I backed up.
Boy, I mean, it took some nerve to stand there on that curve.
But you know what happened when you backed up? You stepped out about 10 feet.
Mary Bensley had a section woman that set her up. A big 2 by, I mean about 14 by 6 slab there, you know, embedded in the gravel for her to stand on. She had the distance figured out exactly. It took some nerve because they had 2 poles.
They was leaning away.
They sure was when they come out.
They wouldn't slow down.
Them old boat and fishing boat. Chains over there.
Good, we ought to hand up order number 6, Wendy Hayes, engineer. That fireman hanging out by his toes like a damn squirrel. I felt sorry for him and I did for myself.
Yeah, and they throw
He wouldn't slow up a damn bit.
those chain hooks in the creek so you couldn't throw them in the creek down there so you couldn't get them back. Well, that was, I talked on one there when I was working. He gonna carry those things, look, just mean, just plumb out the side, drop it like that, knowing I was gonna have to put it out.
Old Harvard can't know it. The old chain hooks, there's a trick there. I'd hand up orders all night and after daylight I'd go get them all up.
Yeah.
He got plenty to do all night. You didn't have to go get them.
I've got 2 out there in GK over here. Yeah, dang love. He was here
I figured he was, but I didn't know it for sure. How long had he been dead?
Yeah, I saw that, but I don't know where was I? About 92, wasn't it? Yeah. Where was
Oh, yeah.
Still is? Yeah. Is he? Oh,
I'll tell you something about Libby. Bob Watson, that's a guy. I learned he came fast, bumped in there with last year, and came down there and moved. Brought it in a boxcar, had 2 or 3 pickup loads probably of radio material, tubes, everything you can think of, all kind of tubes. Libby was just going in Venice. Libby come up there and looked at him about here. And Bob said, told me I already knew, said, when he gets home, he'll talk to his wife, said he'll call you back. And he'll try to buy a part for you. Tell him he can't drive. One down the screwdriver. Sure enough, he called back. And when the buyer, I told him what Bob said. And he picked out everything, and he can't possibly believe it. Kind of told it.
You know, Bob fixed us up amplifier there. You remember how much help that was? You used to have that phone hanging on
I found a battery in an electronic shop, $15 or something. I said, no more of that.
You know, I bought it. I tried to get on standing on like and I can't remember. Junior Hall. Okay. He was down the street. And I was telling him to apply it to how he said, well, they had one there close to the break and said he went over West Virginia. And they
here we go.
had a wooden panel. They had a Hell, it went along for and this guy was, I guess, he sold out on 4. Sold the clocks. Like clock.
I can't tell S and H, because you don't ever put night one. What is it, SK or H?
My name's Hewlin.
Right.
Unless waiting.
Pie.
I'll tell y'all one was Jack Oliver. He's working third second $200. Instead of yeah, come in about 15 minutes late one night. Instead of turning in overtime. Jack pulled out $50 dropped on the floor. Take that up and sign this on and see how long you can stoop.
Well, after he turned in that time, should have been because Long called me up there and he brought over yeah, so that night I did just what he said. But I said, that made about 50 cents. To make 50 cents. He went straight back there on special agent. Yes, sir. And they pulled out. I got 5. Turn out, come to care of the rules, look at but Roman was just trying to scare me. But that was going on the hall. And with that straight out.
Is that BX?
BX?
BX,
Yeah. We have a lot of
Oh, it's one of them, man, back there.
Yeah, where you sign
I didn't know you was really good at George.
No idea though.
Yeah, I worked with you some.
Yeah.
Before you quit and went off to the oil company.
Sure, I know.
You went to what oil company? Exxon?
It wasn't that kind of strong.
And then you stayed down there till you retired? Were you in Houston? You just met Paul?
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it
But
is.
then, who was that went with you right after?
Mark went with me, and then Dale from Wyoming, I think.
He
But he didn't stay. He went along with that thing. I think he might have went down to South Texas. He didn't stay very long.
Where did you live then?
Gilman.
You were from Gilman.
Yeah.
I'm still in Commerce.
Are you really?
Yeah, I ended up there.
Yeah, I remember you.
God, you knew my daddy.
Oh, yeah, I used to work there a long, long time ago.
Did you know Mr. Doolittle?
How you doing? Yeah, how you doing there? A long time ago. Sure, Dave, how you doing?
Where are you from?
Well, live in Alto right there.
Where?
Alto. Used to be on the company out there.
I know where Alto is. I worked in Rust in the summer of '47.
There's 3 or 4 girls.
Worked on the company.
You know, Carol was one of them.
She was from Georgia, but she married a guy from Commerce, and she worked for a while, and then they left Commerce.
I remember first little Joey.
Middle of Georgia.
She married O'Neill.
People's age that way.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You know, when I was a kid,
Well,
when I was a kid, my daddy was down there.
yeah, I know. I worked at the Well, I worked at dive in.
Well, they sent me to Dallas one time. I rode the train down there, and they got a message to die somewhere down there to go on to Russ. So I went to Russ for my 3rd trip down there to Dallas.
First job I ever had was Diveville, Texas. I'm putting chicken
You
tomatoes.
hated it. Daddy they sent me there, and I didn't go down to Russ for about a month. James Dale and Jack Oliver, and that was 2 in on the 3rd trip. And we ran around every day.
Well, it ripped up the track about 3 miles south of Russ, all the way to 13 miles south of Russ, in A&R. Track about 3 miles south of Russ, all the way to Tyler's still there. But if you didn't know it was there, it looks like it. They're trying to make it into a park in nature. The rail's still there. A lot of it's like Tyler's running along now with it.
It's only about 15. Oh, retired last year. I retired
He worked for the Santa Fe for 47 years.
They moved my job to Houston. Take it to Houston, just give me my ticket. I got to buy it.
You know, long as it's like
Lord Watson just say all you
see my husband went home after the picture time. Those pictures to me at Richard from Longview, and he goes to Longview for 19 years, and then he was in the South Scene, and then back to Harvey.
We're gonna take a lunch break.
I learned to do that. My handlers don't work. Put that on there until I can get We're gonna take a little lunch break. I'll take after lunch. It's getting about 1 o'clock. Okay. A lot of water on that bridge 6 in. Because he worked for the Santa Fe for 47 years. What is this?
Contact
Johnny.
I'm John Franklin.
Who's got the right name?
James, you gonna ever start coming and drink coffee with us?
Huh?
Are you gonna ever come and drink
One of
coffee
these
with
days,
us?
one of these days. I've had pretty tough last day.
Slow down, don't get hot, ain't it?
I'm starting again.
You never forget that. I didn't forget it either.
Say bad about it, Mom.
Come back.
One day I came in and uniforms here. I came in and I don't want to use the decoys. I came in the weight room, I was down, sprayed out the full bag. I said, he loves it, and see that it wasn't the office, it was me. I thought his name was Halsey, so I said, I saw him Westbrook, I said, you Halsey? He said, no, that's Halsey.
She'll be here, she's outside.
I met her sister last year.
Yeah.
Going over there.
First train ever rode my life. Drove down the beach, got a long ride. She'll be through here in a minute.
let's use the,
Okay, let me, I don't guess that was we might just,
Right down there where that woman come out, that's where they're coming out there, turn right, be the door on your left.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is, yeah.
You got an application like
Yeah, here, so, yeah. Okay.
Kind of is too, he sent me his dots and dashes there once in a while.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kenneth, and I vaguely remember, Paul, Paul, I guess I saw him once. Kenneth hired out about 3 or 4 months before I did. Now, he hired out in May, and I hired out in July.
This file,
I will lock it up my briefcase.
read them old and well, most of them, 1921 forward, 1970, and I've got some at the house that's past 70 that I have to get rid of. But up to 1970, there's a few years in there that's mostly 24.
Yeah, that's right. We've got, I printed some over there. I got Mr. Gas in that plastic bag over there. The books on the other side. You see those over there in the 30s, 35, 36, and 37, I believe. Okay, we got.
Well, there's a explanation for the correction. C.C. Gaston, they had his transposed there once. There's a letter from Hazelwood where it said showed the correct date.
Okay.
Back in the early days, they had telegraph. They had agencies that were non-telegraph. They got into it. He had copies, got into a dispute over seniority. Probably took the position they didn't have seniority at the telegraph until they worked a telegraph job. And was successful there for some reason. So you'll see they had to show the seniority date and out the side written in pencil or another date. They read on later.
The LNA had some of those telegraph agencies. They had 2 of them. What'd you think about those old 7 a.m. and those lineups? Those trains running in sections. Boy, they run a
I
bunch.
told a bunch of people how to take long ago, we just run 5, 6 sections. They did platform anywhere. They don't ever remember.
I can show you 8 sections of 18 that left Mount Pleasant one night. 18.
Especially through here, they were nearly always 5 sections, 117, and 5 sections, 116. Gosh, I remember 5, 6 sections.
You know what I saw? Say I saw 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 2. Number 2 ran in 4 sections, but 3 of them was mop and 10P detours, and then the 4th 2 was a cotton number 2.
Yeah, they used to be lots of sections, lots of them. We had a detour from the spring.
You figure it out, John?
Some of it, we ran 8 sections.
no, that building, no, it doesn't show.
Oh, it says it's going.
8 sections.
Not in that,
A little later on, about time he got going by Greenway, decided it wasn't detour anymore. So there he was out there running green signals. Had to get over the rank.
Oh.
They couldn't move once he went to and I had to rustle up section people, everybody else ran 4 orders down there too.
Oh my goodness.
On the spur of the moment, decided we wouldn't do it anymore.
Well, you know, something like that happened to Satterfield dispatcher. They had a mop detour, but it was a TMP detour, so they only went to Big Sandy. They didn't go over to Tyler. And the train had first 119, second 119, and fourth 119 raised being in Tyler. Third 119 was missing in action. He was at Detour and he got the big sand and he got on the TNP, so they had to put out an order, I think they're in Tyler, saying what happened to the third 119. That's when the orders came down to quit running those detours as sections of cotton belt trains. There's a book I've got at home I didn't bring up here. I've got some of those detours in from Mount Pleasant. There was INGN detours and TNP detours.
I've got some train orders in 1899. On the Continental Railroad over around Plano and Commerce.
Golly.
I'll give some of it to you. Bill Carroll. Billy Carroll is I think he sent his RSVP back. I certainly seen him up I
there.
talked to him just 2 days ago and he told me he's going to be here.
He may be here a little bit later. What we're eventually going to do, we're going to make this whole office a railroad exhibit. It's going to be, we're going to have glass cases on this side, probably one across here, one, maybe one down the center. And I want to take all these timetables that we've got, and you about the 25 or 30 that you gave us, and I've got my earliest one, I think, is 1925. And we're going to start and just put timetables side by side and just see if we can come as close as possible to get a full set of cotton belt timetables.
That old rule book.
Yeah.
That's the oldest one in town.
That's it. That's it.
1920, wasn't it?
No, this 1940, your 1920 was displayed out there in the, 40, it's displayed out there in the glass case.
I'll tell you what roads you had to go by.
Oh, yeah.
Look around, go railroad.
Here it comes. Tell me.
Okay. Everybody's
I'll be
home.
back later.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all wanna go eat with us?
Now, I'm going to stand guard here.
Oh, you got your coat. That looks great. Y'all doing a good job.
Oh, boy.
I ain't look like an operator.
Hey, good to see you. Oh, I'm good. Yeah, you're good. 8:45, 7 minutes late. There you go. Schedule.
Well, they were late getting the train while ago. They couldn't get from here to here.
That's not the old 800. Engine used to come through here. What's that old 800?
I'm gonna show him this thing right here. If I lose you, I done lost it. I'm a very good guy.
I might not do a good job of it.
Uses two houses, church houses.
He was married to a woman who was killed in church. She was killed. I knew the old ladies that lived. I worked here for
Kind of hard of hearing. Be all right, sit right down in front of
Another reason for a crowd today is we're having a reunion of the well-led plus a reunion.
you know,
check. I didn't know.
Computerism.
But I'm still sore here. I'm a Baptist, see, and they put a cross right here on those branches. It's Catholic. She was listening a while ago and I was telling her about Preacher Harvard and Fred Martin trying to get through that fence. Preacher. Train done married up on one another over there. Water. Big Martin was standing there. Let me see your orders, please. Let me see your orders. Where was that? Tin rag. You know, when you go to a food, put them down and make it kind of tin. Yeah, don't Fred is. Preacher was trying to get through the field. Fred goes, man, get out of the way. You don't want to get down and they show you. They're getting away from you. Hello, George. You're alone now. Okay, you can have them call here.
I used to send them ball games.
We don't do nothing with kids.
We don't contact you. It's all
Matter of fact, you checked something that I never thought of.
We're still trying to
Yeah, that's what bought a $22,000 boat.
whatever they call it.
This is your key card? You recognize that Hamilton over there? Okay. He's gone to the mall, he'll be back. This guy in Huntington, West Virginia, he's probably a Norfolk and Western operator. Or Southern. We've only made one contact today, and that's the guy in Seattle, Washington. You talked to him for a while. Leo, Thiel.
He's better than anybody.
Let's see.
Oh, he was just thrilled to death.
Talk to somebody, talk
That point is slightly going.
Yeah, it is, on that above there.
Press box.
That's Mr. Gaffney.
This is
Well, you
more
missed
worse than
everything
mine,
here,
but mine's
so
worse
the
than
newspaper feed underneath. And the telegraph, the telegraph. I'm sitting behind
Here's one right here.
Dallas Morning News. Friday. Every time they finish a page,
Hard time over here while you're over there.
and I'm sitting, someone's trying to tell me that. And they had an operator sitting in
Yeah, that was,
Dallas Morning News office, right next to the line tower.
that was
He
sulfate.
copied what I said, and handed it to the line tower.
Copper sulfate.
I got paid.
I appreciate
for
that.
the film, but he didn't have to pay the traveling. I think I got well, this
Okay, sure, sure. Appreciate
When
you.
I called you that time.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago.
We were in get together real quick, wasn't we? What's the matter with you?
Well, this is.
I may have mine over here.
TC.
You got that one on?
No, it's closed.
Well, there's something wrong.
Well, check your contacts on the above there. Well, let's go up and see.
Now,
There you go.
I sure do hate to get shot.
Oh, that's good. Okay. I'm gonna try to call, Norfolk, Virginia now.
One for Jack James.
I'd like to go snowboard. Hungry too. Hungry, well, there are all kinds of junk here.
Carol, is that phone plugged in there?
Huh?
Is that phone plugged in the other office?
I don't know.
Did you unplug it?
What's wrong with it a couple of years ago? You know, I was thinking one night with my radio, and he was there, and there was the CW, the code. And normally, I just kind of sing some without listening to it, you know, I kind of know generally what to say. That didn't come to it all.
No, it's not plugged in, Chuck.
Okay, thank you.
And I changed gears and started listening, and they were American music. And I got on that song for a while,
I don't know. It sounds good to me. Yeah, who you talking about? I never learned Morse code.
That's it, and he sent me a bunch of information about radio working.
Did you read it? I catch a letter every once in a while.
And they have a wire hookup where they talk to each other on the same road.
When I was working over there at Greenville, and I
I've never
did
checked
work
it.
second trick on the relief job,
I'd like to go over and see.
had to send what the doctor had for Greenville, and I'd break her, and she'd get that much back.
We were in the Brookshire store here last year and ran into it.
Finally, I got where I can catch it a lot. I never would.
I could. Been around here, you know what I was.
Oh, you took a bill in there, I don't think anybody.
I was working on that.
I didn't see her. I want to figure out what
Well, they are. He hadn't figured it out either. I figured it out. He is, but I tell him
Would you make me? I didn't want to.
She likes it, let's see.
That's your bug over there.
Yeah, no, this belongs to, TKL
Which one?
right here.
That old one?
Yeah.
Wasn't any good.
Then,
What's that
this one
tobacco can
belongs
supposed
to,
to do? I've seen them
Yeah,
there
that's
once.
what
Makes
makes the sound come
makes
out.
the sound come out.
If you didn't have that sound,
It's a no bug, it
you
ain't
couldn't
any
hardly hear
bug.
it.
It's just like this.
This one,
That's what that's
No, it's all up you.
That one.
Make that sound.
$13.
Oh, Charlie Davis could read that thing.
Well,
Well, he started out as a mafia. Harley. Huh? Harley.
I bought mine at the 40.
I didn't know where he started, but I knew he was no mark.
Yeah, he.
Leo, you know, his brother.
But you know, I do not think these bugs. You know, I do not think. I still have my style.
Lazy somewhere over there. Lazy, Josephine is somewhere over there.
I don't know how to say my name.
One of them. That's where he learned it. Charlie learned it.
I worked at the Baylor. I never
Remember
worked
Thompson
there.
over where Josephine? Thompson, great
Oh,
big
yeah.
man. He was there at Josephine.
Yeah, and then he come on down there. They, big boy, they call him. Big boy. Where did you work? They had.
I'm working on Mount Pleasant right now.
That's Johnny.
Who?
Johnny.
Oh, yeah, they stuff. They'll work.
You talking about Johnny? Having that. I mean, he broke on me.
Those old men, engineer out of North Carolina, right in the post office.
See, we got there.
He's still there, yeah. His wife's in bad health. He's got heart trouble. Yeah, he lives there. 2 men on a car.
With the yard.
And old George Robinson, you know him. Oh, he's still there.
One day I was at Mount Pleasant.
They don't even have one.
I get it in the early 80s. The guy walked by there. I had to
Well, they got a yard master. They got a cart, hoop, and then they got duck raiders there. He did.
Yeah, he walked
RL.
He walked out there at the counter. I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't see him for years. I didn't know who he was. I finally he said, I recognize his voice.
That's RL. This is
I knew he was. I knew it was. I believe it.
traffic. Running out of
He's only, you don't want him trying to stop the radio. He comes around the railroad tower.
He's doing his voice.
Yeah, he's all, you know.
We just went out there nearly every day. They got some, stuff coming out of the East Coast, going to uptown, and that's about all they got.
I think you want to. You know, he really don't get finished. He rolling. I would like to know what happened to that sleeping picture.
Let's see, what? We hired him.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, George came later though. Here's the Pharaoh's there.
Big old country boy.
Bud means, that's what Bud means.
He came in there one evening, I was when I come back to work, maybe that's it.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah,
and later.
I told him on the phone call back, he
What is that character for the study?
Jack, when he was working there, he always said, well, the only thing he was reading was the first thing he That's to the start. Sure look good. Well, it is great. 119. First 121. See, there's double there. You made a mistake in that order. They didn't put any of we got some older than that. You just put the numbers on here. We're gonna spell it out in the yeah. Like every order.
Two caught out on the road.
But they hold bunch of out on the road.
No, you got out of town, didn't you?
I've already been to eat.
We're still trying to call people, nobody's in.
Look, I was sworn not to wrote that.
I guess everybody's done gone. I guess so. Where'd they go?
We went for a whole stand with chicken sandwich.
There wasn't no damn thing. This morning, right in the middle of this next march is a good place to eat. Yeah, we ought to eat something today. We haven't had anything.
But old Fred, I went to visit him.
Let's go up there and come back. Have you been?
I told her. I knew we were going to have a big investigation. I never did.
Okay, we're gonna give you an extra 10.
And they fired him. He had no lunch.
We wouldn't get off. That night, come back down there, and you had to go in and cry. I can't keep.
So like,
You've been saying all that. You still over the thing, or that way you Lord, I ain't saying just on the coffee, you looked at it like you did 40 years ago when I knew you later.
You lost a lot of weight, though.
I want you to stand in that chair, I'll take your picture.
I guess that's
and then I'll take him.
I thought that was.
Well, this chair out of the way, and you gotta take the other side.
I guess there's a difference.
That's the original chair, we used to take.
We had them old caboose chairs.
Oh, yeah, that's what this right here was.
Newspaper officer in Gilmer the other day.
Well, let me,
I figured you'd be up here. I think that'd be yesterday, I think.
I've got a picture of him there sitting just like that newspaper
Okay.
made of him and it
All right.
sure.
Well, you see it, son. I've never seen it there.
You know, it's funny, wherever we go, everybody finds out what they don't know. Better lay that shirt right.
Sanders? Yeah. Lance Sanders. I'm gonna get a couple of pictures. Just go ahead. Jim, I'm gonna get your pictures. Y'all, Penny, y'all stand close together. One of the last ones over here. I thought that was red last, and they told me it was one last.
Carl.
See Mr. Ross's picture back there on the wall. Good picture of him.
He married
Boy.
her.
But,
Get back around.
And
what happened?
made all this.
He's in town.
Go ahead.
Pick up his people.
Oh, I like that.
Everywhere. I don't know if he's still doing it. No, like that. No, bowling, dancing. Oh, he is.
The last year, I had to he's having a hard time seeing it.
They're in Grand Saline,
Yeah.
and a girl from Dallas that worked with him, Sam. They're running. You had over
I guess he thinks better now than ever. He's older than I am, and I'm still young. He's bound to be, he's not
You're probably 64. I'm 63.
August, yeah, okay. We open on August 30th.
He's Fred. No.
I didn't even know his daddy.
His daddy was agent at Deputy.
First regular job in the
Well, I used to have
You stayed in Florida for 100 years, didn't you?
Where is this?
I remember just pull that jack on that. Did you really like it that way?
Now the jack box under the relay?
Man, Corbin,
That's what's up in
they got a BS degree in chemical engineering in 2 years and 9 months.
Well, I just, I wouldn't take my water for him.
Then I came back.
My wife said that train passed you.
I worked as long as you,
He's right in here.
Then I went to graduate school.
Okay, go
Got a
ahead.
PhD and started as a professor.
Let's see.
I wasn't going to school, I teach in school.
Yeah, that's what I know. That's what I was telling you.
In 1968.
Max out, Any elbow there.
Yeah, okay.
I always have my phone.
We got a new, deal part here. See if you can get that thing.
I just barely remember seeing it. It was a long time ago and I wasn't in the mood to remember it.
I spent a lot of time there, running in little beach, gamblers and he
went to work for shivers, Harry Shivers. Started work during
maybe the second don't mean we,
you know how that goes.
Bobby Byron, one
They tried in, they've been sending messages around the country. Large Telegraphers sitting around here, large retired railroad.
Do you remember that big scene we had those 3 lights up there? And they call and tell you which track you're going to get in. Bring it on, get that track.
They're selling and, I heard this plastic thing fitted to you.
If I can contact somebody.
If I've been followed, it feels like this, but you know, well, you know that's how it hurts. All my joints and toes and everything start hurting. So I wear it this thing on
They said that's the worst part.
They said that to fix it, circuit, everybody there that can be around for some vertebra together, so it keeps the nerves. So it takes 6 to 18 hours to circuit. So it might be 3 or 4 different circuits coming in this way.
We wondered if it would be.
If they kept me a speaker on, I might never wake up. They just took some action. So I have to learn to live. One is Mayo Clinic. Neurosurgeon in Houston redid it.
And he gets them out plastic. I love it. Take the balance.
First and second on our part, retired deliverers are still working, I think most of them are retired. And they tell us that this is one of the most complete, restored, they've been actually communicating. I had to call and try to say, get back to the old Morse code kind of thing. They've been demonstrating.
Could you tell me that's enough cans for?
Huh?
That's enough can up there?
Well, the Prince Albert can, I
Unless they just had but they ran, let's clear. I know the first 4 trains the last came out 10 minutes apart.
He can tell.
The last train, he first and second, first and second, usually 6 and then 4.
Took it down so that people could
Back trains, a little bit more.
But all of the great old pictures of the trains and real nice,
And the 65 was the train number.
Mr. Gaston,
I know he's engine 650 went out on the first day.
he's somewhere around
He
here.
made a Jefferson turn.
He's wonderful. He is just great to explain. Your kids love him because he explains all this.
Back to the guy, and then he went from Jefferson to Longview on the first side. What was out there on the train? That's why that was
This
makes about as clear.
makes it clear. So it's used to and you use those for inspection.
Where we had
Now, who are y'all communicating with today?
well, yeah, they have.
So you're, no,
BIA.
he said he talked to somebody West South Chicago.
And then the next day, they converted to where they
You guys here.
Well, trying to get that people guys. You know,
This-
when I was.
I've worked at this ending when
This
they
is
I called, I've got two people supposed to call us back, and I'm not getting too much luck. No, it doesn't make any difference. You want some
You work over there, maybe it's around 60%.
I told her, you're gonna be afraid you're gonna miss somebody. I may leave you down here and I go walk around after a while. But no, I said, you're gonna eat first. I told her,
I'm ready.
are you gonna ready to go eat? We're gonna find some chicken. Why don't you go ahead? I guess you stopped.
Did you tell me
Did you know somebody, next door neighbor was writing up for requiring somebody's ID? And they told him, oh, they don't know, three bedrooms. I can't believe that. That's the truth. That's the deal. It's not just three bedrooms. They said it's right down the way. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Around that place, that's fascinating to me. I think it's one of the places about the pretty homes I was in. I was just this lady, believe it or not, she must have been a pack rat, and it must have been decided. all the tables. Do you know what the price is at on that? $12.
Here's the number right
I like it. I mean, excellent.
here.
Yeah, just like that. So, you know,
The one,
and
that's a permanent over there. The one that's not got like the sage, the one on
just don't right here. He's got about, I don't know how many
these people right here, their name is
but
Gene.
not all
They
people.
come
Well, they are.
only way back.
But they're not all here.
They left this place,
Well, you need to do things like that. But you know what we did? We gave it all away. We were at Jefferson every time the thing was to be, you know, giving away, they were remodel it. All those chairs that's out from the museum at Jefferson, come out of the store. They had individual rails and, you know, yeah, all the same. Yeah, and some of the stuff inside, we gave to the depot. Then after we got all that done, we decided to start buying them. I said, no, why did we do that? It's like it's old thing over there. Yeah. Now, I understand you told me that the Felton hair wasn't that short. You know, the old time, thing like that. That was wrong.
I remember when my dad used to go, you know, a train would go through and he'd give them an order. And I would trot down the track looking for that. After the train went by, I had to go down and find it and bring it
My
back.
problem with it has been carrying it along.
You'd have to turn loose after that.
Yeah, sure would. They just got the train on the train. That train out there, not too long before I quit. And, you know, as long as I work there, I saw people in west, but I never stopped going to the east. Never did stop going to the east. I'd stop them going west. I didn't. You guys do fine.
I don't know why we do that. Why would you stand out there with that 600 engine going 65 miles an hour and hold up an order?
Well, because you
I
did.
wouldn't do it now for
Well, no,
anybody.
I went back to work in 65. I went back to work down in San in 60. And I stood up over there standing up to the thing, waiting over, pulling out, and I said, I've got your children in the car. Yeah. I don't need to be out.
And it could be anything sticking out of a little car, just, yeah.
Thanks, Mama. And I said, what am I doing out here? I got no business here. And man, I get lucky. I didn't stay very long. I didn't work too much. And I said, ooh, I got money. I'm like my brother.
The wind would absolutely blow you, the wind would blow you down.
Oh, yeah. What is it when I was in labor? It's sort of platform, sort of like what they bring. Well, I'm gonna go sit out and you come back down and stay. I'll see y'all later. Okay.
We're gonna go back to London.
Yeah, oh, long people, I'll be there. They know. I'm gonna drop in to see you down there. You down at the place all the time? Okay.
Well, we get there about 10 o'clock here.
Yeah, we talk. We talk too.
I have to get up and walk 2 miles. They said if I don't keep walking, I won't be able to.
Whoever the yard
I walk somewhere 2 to 7 miles a day. That's good for me. Oh, and I've gone back on my diet. I've gained way 110 pounds. I didn't weigh 110 pounds. Oh, wait, I'm working with that. Well, so much of that. Yeah, those have memories.
You never see that again, would you? No,
seat right here. That's the number.
Is this supposed to be talking to us? Yeah.
I started calling New York, Seattle, Ohio, or something.
Let's go ahead. Office
Let's say it's Powell. Sure have enjoyed this thing.
Thank you. Next year, we're gonna try to get this a little bit more organized. But,
We wouldn't have fun for it, I could see y'all, but sure, but I saw you fixing that over, I spent time to change. I said, there's nothing to do, they're gonna look at the old, and they did 10 years. About 10 years, I still see you. We're doing fine. Yeah, doing fine. We're the level. Well, are you still in the church? Where are you living? Oh, yeah, I tried to retire in Springfield where I used to be band. Yeah. And I could find a place in Old City, so I just said over there and I recommended this here. My second wife, my first wife was Yeah. Well, more than that. I think it's so sad. It don't happen. When you take care of yourself, you just don't have the quality. I don't believe. I live singing. There's a fellow that's we're going back to this. About to mess up all the trains, so I'll come through. Yeah, drive careful. Okay, let's see that.
It's been a long time, Jack. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, you know that. You know.
Get all corrupted,
Yeah.
It's kind of like speaking a foreign language. You never explain it.
But, you know, I went over and fooled around with amateur radio. And that's where I used that so much. That, well, I said I want to go. My name is J.A. And when I hit that C, I made an international. I didn't realize I could do it.
You know there's a group operating in American Morris on the radio?
No, I did not.
Usually the guy in the business net control.
And that's it?
I just happened to hear him one night. I was sitting there eating dinner and the radio was on and they were running CW and I couldn't read.
Yeah,
You know, what in the world is that? So I changed my gears, you know, and I started listening in American radio, and that's what they were working.
What were on 40 dollars? What?
Yes. And I have to step out I'll have to dig it out. But the Western Union operators get together and sell it. And Western Union hooks them up to St. Louis and Memphis and talk.
I worked down Western Union. That's relay. That was the relay. Western Union. They had some good operators. They had to, because they had to copy Morris. Everybody out over there, some good sense. There's a lot of it. Yeah, slow.
I went to work one day over there, I knew somebody died there, Plano, and old Rick Carter was late. And he told me they called down and found a Western big old lawn. And one of them was going to Dallas, one was going to Time Harris. And one of them was signed by, both of them they were brothers. One of them was signed like Jack Oliver, and the other was signed like so-and-so else Oliver. Well, old Rex, I didn't know what that was. He said, now, start off to tell them to make one copy. And they just make one copy, just send the body of the message and say, make one copy of Dallas for the news, and one sign so we can make the other one Dallas sign, everyone signs. So I started off and that guy over there, D, he answered, he said, after the wrong Dallas for the news. He said, just a minute, let me meet him on there. And he got that guy and put one of them press. I couldn't hardly tell. He come on there, I couldn't hardly tell who it was to even answer. Just a blur. I'm telling you, man, he was a hot job. I sent that thing and I got through that ad and asked him what his sign was. So I got that. He was a hot job.
Yeah, there at the Dallas Morning News.
Yeah, he was at the Dallas Morning News.
When I was going to A&M, I went by the West Union office one day and he was sitting there sitting. So we had a football game.
Notice the time that there is between trains so they can work on the trail.
Was a rider, a newspaper rider, and third row was third. And West Union paid their expense.
Their working time.
So they went in and worked the game. Well, I lived there, so he didn't have to pay my expenses. So I sat there behind the Dallas Morning News right. Every time he finished a page, he would do it over his shoulder.
Are they talking to somebody down the line?
I copied a few baseball games over East Texas League. They got a broadcast over there. And that announcer, it'd just be, that's CMS 2, B3, that's all I was copying. And this, it says he's laid back, says he looks around the first base, and really puts a lot of stuff in. I went marvel at their ability. They just had basic information they were getting from me. And like, show the people out there, this one,
I never did even see that, but I was
Yes.
I said, how do you
I'll believe I got it. I wanted to get it, I received it. Recreate things.
I heard something. I remember we worked. We stayed up here. Every time he finished the page, I said, so when the game was over, I only had one page to go.
Well, where did we?
I lived
In Long Beach. And, Memphis.
no, that's where 25.
Yeah.
I live in Longview. I just happened to hear that guy. He sent me it's a start right now. A bunch of old railroad people, I guess. Western Union.
Can you read them?
Yeah, I was just told. He was sitting over there in the corner. A bunch of old ones you just file something and then they'd stick.
Mr. Martin, he's on the second page. Anything feel familiar? Anything feel familiar or sound familiar? Sitting at a desk like that with yarn?
Close your key, please, sir. Close your glove here. Who's calling?
You remember
Who was calling?
You have to turn to stuff.
No. Who was eight?
Did you ever work?
Who was eight?
No, no, he
Who
was
was called
that's-
eight?
Okay.
That's right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And Carthage was C. Beckville was QN. And Center?
Yeah, Tyler Yard.
Yeah, that was our Tyler Yard. St. Augustine was
First, Houston.
SA, okay. I got these from Mr. Richards. Yeah, oh, he was here this morning. Yeah. And,
That's good. Three brothers work together.
Yeah, he was telegraph under there with Plano. You fit this Tom Bean years ago.
Okay.
Yankee.
That Tom Bean.
Plano, yeah.
Well, let's see.
Woodrow, he was in.
Well, we had our stuff on other brothers. He worked
I didn't know if he would be.
Well, that's just.
I remember his number from.
No, I
didn't know who he was.
He was here. Yeah, you didn't work there unless you.
I imagine a switch. Oh, from the signal. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Like that switch.
When they're down, it's bigger. When they're
Where were the lines powered from? Was there a central, there had to be a central location. Oh, okay.
Anyhow, the lines after a while.
let's see if I can get.
No, I didn't. I'm not.
Okay, hold on just a second.
I told him I could make a little bit down one of them. Well, we're going to one on second grade. I heard him talk.
Get that phone.
Well,
I never had one.
I was working at the Grapevine. And they called me and told me to go to Plano next second. I said, the second kids are getting another job. I said, no, they have a truck over there. And Mr. Mike and Gil, and nothing comes about job. You got to work there. And I went over to the telephone. He had tried to get the telephone. I didn't get blood all over the show over there. They had much time. They come in and up there. And you know, I think that's big. You want to work that job. You know, just what
All that, that's what my whole Heard you repeat yourself.
no, I thought it was about that.
Oh.
Anyway, it counts on the agent out there,
What?
that was Was you up there? Did you ever keep was you working there? You had to keep
No,
it daily.
my entire life.
You charge yourself on every bill. And credit just says when you collect it.
Still with me?
Yeah,
still
in traffic counts every day, that's a week, would be very big, sheet like 25. I tell you, I had trouble with it.
Tell SP getting ready to consolidate Kenny Hall, you know?
Yeah.
I had to go
They
sell
come
them
on,
around the
they
side
say,
of the room.
wait at,
What year was that?
3:20, they did it for
68.
3:20 a.m.
You were in Longview, of course.
Not totally, not
You was
totally.
in Longview agency.
They said,
Yeah,
you
well, I
waited
worked
till
at Kenny Hall from 68 to 73.
me at 3:30 p.m. You had to eat about 3:30 p.m. And then 3:30 and then p.m. But you didn't have to make a trip.
You work in SP.
And we all worked in
Well, he's working this stuff.
I never
We had both of them.
Yeah, it really works.
Yeah, both of them. Tired over in that big feed mill out there.
Shows
North Central
you know,
end.
you can tell when the train is coming in.
Oh, I see. That the XBA always said that Continental was gonna be close to everybody. When you want to get there first, he's the other
Well, that's one of them messages. I've seen them things where him back saying it. I've seen them work. I was a kid.
Jack Knight.
This is my uncle, Homer Martin, H.O. Martin.
Martin? Oh, yeah, you was, you
A long time ago,
didn't
yeah.
come over, break in. Was you agent up there?
Both of them,
He didn't notice all this, he was lost, he didn't notice all that. SB train had to come last night, go on to Sherman and stuff. About the same time, number 5 or something, had tires coming out of there.
54 years.
Got slide and was free.
That was called.
Where is back out?
No, here you go.
You get out here, give you guys some
glad you didn't have it.
What was those tractors that used to go down the sidewalk there? Track road. Rolling? Rolling, huh?
You get it from off or night.
You didn't fix that game, did you? Turn right. 15 to 20 years ago. 15 to 20 years ago, I guess. Okay.
That seems like yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I remember one night.
Yeah, sure. Here it comes. Let me get a picture of James and Jack.
That's right. That's been a firm.
And you can put in that potato, dehydrated plants,
Oh, you got that together?
There you go. That's it.
I was going to baskets.
I was working very well.
Where's the young man here?
Yeah, but still,
What do you think?
I don't know anything like it.
I wrote that down. He said he wasn't gonna leave there about 2:50, 3 o'clock, which put him up here about an hour later.
Is that the next hot shot going there? That's gonna be
Yeah, LA and yeah, Los Angeles. Bass break, FF bass break.
When, you started out in town, and you went through a power source at 60 million.
He couldn't get out there.
That's what the land voltage was. It dropped off. Each time it came into the station, it came into the switchboard. It came in and went around to one of those mainline sounders. And you pull that jack out, pull the jack out there. Yeah.
I wasn't that lucky. I told him.
that's
Yeah, I was
so-called
one
weak
sleep and
land
one
seal. And then you push the jack in, then it would come out on the resonator with the back plate, see?
So you wouldn't have to be right at the desk, you could be.
No, you have to be right there. You can hear it across the office, but you might have 3 different sounders going at one time. And, but each one of them has its peculiar sound. And then you would,
He told me one
but you
time.
couldn't talk to them until you pushed the jack. And that put us independent circuit around through UG. And that relay took that mainline signal and amplified it. Using your 30-volt DC power supply. In the old days, you used the battery to mix stuff in, it's like these right here.
That's right. You know, I really didn't, curious much.
Yeah, station had those.
I'm right in the way.
Then we would,
I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
He had the best.
then we would, we would amplify it and go through the resonator, made it louder. Back again, the metallic ring. And then it went back out through the switchboard up here, and that's one of the switchboards that loops. See, on the telegraph pole outside the station, there's 2 arms on the telegraph. There's one arm here. You got 2 arms. That line, everything is same like that, see, serious. The end of the insulator, it dropped off the insulator, came down that little switchboard, and pushed back out the other side. To the other arm of the insulator, see, they're more connected.
I don't know why.
That's why you look up front. You could,
Yeah, I
when you got a tape call out of board or something, you'll get and that's happened there.
I never would have guessed they were in series.
It's in series, so when he got to Texas County, we had no repeaters between Tyler and Texas County. When he got to Texas County, theoretically, it went back underground and completed the loop, you know, in theory, but not went through it.
Yeah.
And that was a series of 30 volt DC.
Well, these batteries are 30 volts.
Yeah, they would generate six. The ones I saw was one. Yeah.
Just one cell was 30. My
About
God.
60 milliamps, they not very much.
That's true.
But when you look at the bug, you can see why they call them a bug. You can see little sparks of blue light between the contacts. And those that resemble a lightning bug. And so that's why the trademark on this bug here, vibroplate, is a lightning bug.
I guess I never knew. Well, I know I didn't know until
That's
now.
where a bug comes from. And this was a separate hooked up all together that we made up just for today for the Morse telegraph net, and our phone is not working. We've had trouble with it since we put it in.
Who were you trying to connect?
Oh, we did get to talk to the Seattle, Washington, a guy in Seattle, Washington, and it came out in code. It goes through the modem and it encodes it in here. And we can go. But we did have to adjust. We had to adjust the sounder for sending and receiving because of the difference, I guess, in the impedance of the line or something. Now, one thing we can do, this thing here has a little 60 milliamp loop off of it. And we can come on here to this and activate our,
Yeah, right. You remember the Bluestone battery, Chuck?
oh yeah.
Do you? I didn't know whether you got into that or not.
On the LNA we had them, yeah. I tell you what I did one time. I went to Avenger.
Yeah.
My first job on rail, 15 years old, I went to Avenger and worked the agency for a week at Avenger. And I went back in the freight room, and the batteries were just one, was so corroded, and oxidized, had come over and spilled over and down and on the floor and everything else, and just the awfulest looking mess in there you ever saw. And I said, I think I'll just clean that up. Well, he had a student operator there that was about 20 years old. I was 15.
Yeah.
I was the age and he's a student. He said, it does need cleaning. He said, I don't know what I'm doing. And I said, yeah, I'm going to clean it. Well, I went ahead and I disconnected everything and cleaned it and washed it real good and put it back in there and put me some bluestone in there with it. The crow's foot down, on top and the copper down at the bottom. I forget which is the anode, which is the cathode. That's probably the anode. Okay. And so anyway, no sooner I'd done that, well, I heard a mainline sounder click. So I pushed the jack in, and just barely was a weak signal. In fact, it was so weak. So the way I copied, what I copied was, I pulled the jack out and copied from the main line sounder, and when I had to send, I pushed it back in and just hoped that hoped that what I said, I couldn't hear what I was saying, you see.
It'd take about 24 hours.
That's exactly right. When I come back the next day, it was about 3 o'clock. When I came back the next day, and what I had to copy was a money order for somebody there in Avenue. And so we took the money order down to the bank, best I remember.
Yeah, the first old telegram on my CAU, it was in cold.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing you ever did try.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, whenever you had a telegram, you'd say, well, we called Shreveport, we go,
Yeah, make that code.
I had Jay to take it to that. He said he didn't think he could
well,
remember.
there's a combination, I remember it.
VLALUL, wasn't it?
That would be something.
Now, we used a different one in Shreveport, but the call was SV. You'd say, check, pay, Pittsburgh, Texas, that was a prepaid telegram. But this guy in Shreveport would, ISV. See, for some reason or other, it's real strange. The LNA had a over here, their depot had a Western Union line. It was number 102. It went to Dallas, but it was cut out, spliced on the pole out. Ours was 122, and we dealt with Shreveport, where Gilmer and Mount Pleasant and Naples and Omaha and everybody else, Commerce, they all dealt with Dallas, which was D. And but we could talk to Dangerfield and East Springs and Avenger and Jefferson and Wascom and all down the LNA. And it was a good strong wire. In fact, we used to disconnect the number 9 sounder, and I would go back in the freight office back here, which was the second office back, and Butler would be working third trick here. We'd run 2 copper wires out this window here and back and into the windows back there, and we'd set up another telegraph deal back there, and we'd use that Western Union and come off it with a series circuit. And the object in that was, you always tend to say, well, I didn't get that, or what did you say? And he said, you practice like this, and when you're separated, you can't ask anybody something, you'll learn a lot faster. And that's why we set that up back there. Butler and I used to play checkers over the wires. I worked third trick at Mount Pleasant, and Butler's working third trick at Young. And we had 2 checkerboards. We played a lot of checkers. They had numbers on them, and we'd send the numbers. Move mine from 21 to 23, and it'd take a long time to play a game. But I used to tell Butler.
Past time, though.
That's right. I used to tell Butler, I'd call him, tell him when the dog left. You know, usually you get first, second, 117, then you get 121. Come on behind him. And you got, and I would always call him and tell him when the dog left, because he told me that one time he was sitting there and he'd sleep like this. And that's when they first got those Alco diesels, those 300 diesels, and used them on the dog. And one of them pulled up and stopped right beside the depot, and he had both red boards down like this. He'd gone to sleep and taken a nap. He said a brakeman walked in the weight room, woke him up, and he said he just grabbed the clearance guard. He said, "Hold with that pedal." You could hear when somebody hit that pedal. He said, "Gilmer, you'll clear up the dog." He just wrote out a clearance card, no order. Gave the brakeman 2 copies, put 2 in for the caboose, and then handed them up to the caboose, and nothing was ever said. Train pulled right up the top.
That's nothing we want.
But I'll tell you, the thing that sticks in my mind most, one night here on second trick, Pat O'Quinn was the operator, and I'd been copying orders since 1949. I was 14 years old. I've been copying orders, I guess, for maybe 3 or 4 months. And I've been handing up to the passenger train. Now, usually 105, we had orders for him every night. And I would go out and hand up to the engine. And that was good practice, because he was going to stop anyway. His engine stopped down there about around the curve. And then you walk and hand the orders to the conductor and the flagman. Well, I hadn't missed any, so one night I copied an order for 3,119. I remember during that mock strike in 1949, they run a lot of sections there. And I copied the order, and went ahead and cleared the train, and put the orders in the hooks, and sat here a few minutes and heard him whistling crossing out the fairgrounds, you know, and I just got up with both hooks and started out the door. Pat said, "You gonna get him?" I said, "Yeah." So he followed me out there. Well, he was standing out there just about where he is in that picture up there, and I always had a khaki suit on like that, and so it was an 800 engine, like, you know, like the one over there in that picture, and it was a BSM boat, and the engine came by, and I handed the orders up, and he was really hooking. I mean, he was moving on out. Well, Pat walked over, and he said, "You want me to hand up the caboose?" Because he was getting faster and faster going down this hill. I said, "Oh, I got him." So anyway, I could see it coming across that LA cross, and I could see that lantern on the back of that caboose.
Good to see you.
I held on, he held his arm out like this, and I was doing like that.
Take care.
I'll see you next year.
Mr. Oliver, take care.
Yeah, thank you.
And so,
Take over, Jack.
Can you come up?
Yeah,
I'm gonna come up and see you one day.
All right.
conductor hit the hook. It's conductor. I think the thing was Clark's.
They were the last train,
And he had the lantern here on his arm so I could see the lantern. And anyway, he hit the hook like that, and I looked up, and those orders still in that hook. And the marker light's going out the curve. Well, Pat just did like this. He said, "Well, we'll hear about this. We'll get a letter about this."
That sounded like Pat.
I got the fastest train on the railroad, see. Well, anyway, I said, I took off running. I was panicked. And I ran down as far as I could see, and I could see the marker lights go around that other curve down there, you know, where we're over there. And I said, "Pat, I don't believe he's going to stop or else." And Pat said, "As fast as he's going, he'd like to go all the way to Pan to get stopped." So I come back in here and climbed all the way up that semaphore, as far up as I could go, and there we go, all the way to the top of it. And I could still hear that train going. I climbed down. I said, "Pat," I said, "that train is still going." He said, "Well, just go west and back."
Yeah.
And I west and back. So and he wasn't about to pull the air on that train going that fast.
You were just lucky.
No, I was lucky, yeah. He got us both in trouble. And I didn't hand up any for a while.
You didn't mess with BSL.
BSM, no.
That was bread and butter.
That train didn't get hot until about 1950 or 51. What I mean, really hot, yeah. I remember worked third trig at Commerce, and you were working third trig Texarkana. Yeah, this was in the summer 1951, probably July, maybe August. And I was sitting in FX 18's concert, first 18's concert. And I was just a kid, and I'd get sleepy, and I'd duplicate the cards, and you'd break it. You said, "You already said that." Yeah. You ever done that full like that? And I said, "Well," and then I forget who it was. But what Billy Cox Warren and I would do, when I worked in Mount Pleasant on third trig, she would send FX 18's contest. I would get on the printer and tell CG and Tyler to cut a tape.
Yeah.
And to tell her to, and I would copy it onto the printer. And we tried that 2 or 3 times. But you get interrupted by train orders.
Yeah.
But what it meant, it kept her having to send the contest to Tyler and Mount Pleasant and Texarkana.
Well, you remember the later forward, you had to send when the production came in, that's how the later carried. And I was working in CG. Well, let's say a lot of rubber stamp. It was so she'd be saying, "I guess she was asleep." Then about the next time she'd wake up and sign, but the Dr. Lamb, nothing else. Wood went through WGA, Wood, those later works go through. Wood, and she went back through, and she just had it headed up and then go to sleep. You would.
Oh,
You go to sleep on the combo. You know you would. Yeah. seen it. They already had that man out there.
Okay, I saw him.
But that way, you can say at one time, as it has so much, next kind of work, yeah, well, oh, yeah, yeah. Still working, she looks like she might have to go sit.
One night, I couldn't work for an hour overtime in the street telegraph. You work more than 1 hour, government people, you know that. One night, 1 o'clock, I had to go and serve that rain, probably slept.
Mary has something. When she was talking, she was telling
When I started teaching, he said, good, did both floors. He said, go ahead. He broke it in. He said, who is that? I said, he said, no, they're not in me. He knew it very well. He said, what time you go to? What's your hour?
yeah. No, it's not. Yeah, this we just want to finish.
And we need this to make
Stress, all those that have what would that? That's it. When we get back.
When will you go?
let's see if I'm going.
This well, we'll go on.
We'll try. We're gonna try one more day.
Oh, yeah. Coming
not easy. But the phone is working. What do you think we can do? Okay.
If I see them first,
Why don't you hang it up? When you pick it up, we'll get a count on it.
Go 8 miles an hour on the slide.
Thank you. That relay is loose there. Go back out, back out to the other side.
Are you gonna send a message? Yeah, I guess so. Well, that was good. I'll just take the feather.
That's the real old one. And you had to catch it in your hand with them, and they would carry it down the river across the road. Now, sometimes if they roll real fast and they were hooks like this, they would take these up and throw them over the middle. This one here, this one is juvenile cell phone. This one
To the French Albert Canada resonator or some sort of card. I'll take your word for it.
well, you can see on the wall.
I say like there's a code.
Like if you want to say, let us see on there.
But in this case, so you got ABC. I'm going to make a word out of it. Let's make a cab out of it and go C, A, B. That's the way it works. The speed of it relative to the mainline sound, it would go like this.
Oh, use a lot of acronyms. Let's see if it's not some other.
We had a line up there.
Next one, I stayed on about 6 minutes.
Check that, Gary. Okay, good to see you.
Take care, sir. Watch you.
But what they got to eat, and it was, oh, sure, yeah, but you know, I don't think you're real bad. I said, July.
Worst thing happened when I did see the VSM, Cottonville. TV called 6 in El Paso. Seemed like them big trains of meat there, everybody outside the machine. Had to go.
We need to go in the yard.
Wondered how to get that over.
Explain mine.
Worst thing, it's only 7 street.
Take the dollar, you want operator to start picking up.
I've had that phone on there, pretty loud.
somebody broke in the deep. Oh, down there, window broke out over there. White wasn't up. Lightning hit it. You know where this radio, or the radio clear from the shit room. A whole lot of it. That's too much damage. This is how it's done. But radio, I thought it was he was afraid he was locked up. Well, he was there. One time somebody called him and told him that he was sick. I took their streets away from her, and I think I just took it. Whenever it was, he'd have to Did you hear him?
Yeah, he just kept saying, Lacey, you do me a favor. Unplug that phone back there. Take that jack out of that phone in the office. I think we got this phone working. I'm gonna try to talk about it.
You get one on falling pretty close. You get them falling pretty close to each other. You have to be right on your toes. They're not on you.
You hear me? Hello, Herman? Hello, Herman? Hello. Hello, Herman?
I don't think he has. Let me look and see if he has.
It's just a known fact.
Okay.
What is the telephone? 348?
What's that guy, Bill Jones, the SP man? You wanna come here and talk to
Did
him?
I hear 191, 192?
Oh, yeah, come,
I'm rusty on this stuff. What I can.
Jack is DI 34 on the telephone dial.
I'd have to look.
you gonna talk to him a minute?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say to them.
Just tell him who you are, and, tell him who you are, and what year you're working, where you working.
Who are you talking to?
He's in Yuma, Arizona.
In Yuma, Arizona?
Yeah.
Then,
about all the stations between.
Oh, my.
He's on the old 10, Beaumont and Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
Break, okay. Okay, well,
Getting a good bit more than I thought I could ever get.
They went to work, I was trying to get back the telegram.
You didn't tell us what you talking about.
He worked in Beaumont.
Said he worked all the way between Beaumont and Dallas. And then,
All of a sudden, the city called Dallas Spain there.
when he went to work, all the dispatching was done by wire, voice wire. So they installed the telephone.
AT&T. That's where he's.
You work in Jacksonville? JC, daylight office, what is JD? JD was at the yard office.
Mr. Harris said he worked for AT&T installing lines.
Yeah, they used to change food on just like power.
Well, he ought to be pretty good at that.
Now they ain't even having a railroad through there now. I heard someone talking about, I wasn't down there at that time, but I heard someone talking about one night there, one time trying to have a derail between Nashville and Tower, and they beat their train. Down to Jacksonville, and
Through that box.
into Athens.
It just acts like a real slow computer. You know, the computers talk over phone lines all the time. Yeah. So it just looks like a real slow computer. It's either on or off, just like a computer.
They used to run that train through out of Jacksonville there and went down to the hot tower, George, and then the power station, Bank Railroad, done that for years.
I heard him talking about 191, 192.
That's the train from 191,
We wasn't getting all those. Yeah, they go down to the road, over the house, yeah, I cruised, they call him cruise, that
Well, that boy was pretty early. If he was 15, that must have been great excitement to be 15 years old and in the depot and
Have you been down the road at Texas State Railroad?
yeah, I would. If I tried to run it now, it would be real hard for me, I'm sure. This looks like it was a busy office. This looks like it was a busy office.
well, 5 is 3 days, is it?
That's a little fast to me.
It's been a long time, that's the first time I've got a ship. Years, 15, 20 years.
How many they took our legs bars out? I think it was 68 or 69.
I guess they,
We had a water there in the office in Jacksonville long after the other place around. Dispatcher, he used to call us there every day, 11 o'clock on the phone. Why get water in when you get the time? You know how that time, 11 o'clock every day?
shade, man.
That's all it comes back to, you know.
There, I guess
I mean, you know, I don't think you ever forget it. My sister said she had all of them along, you know, they were out just. But you still have that much practice. If they did it to you. Where'd you live? You read it along the way. Yeah, glad it. Go to Arkansas. She said that that kid was pretty good.
Jack and my nephew.
Oh,
We're fixing to go. Come to talk. We got a little shack out there. Hard to get it. We got a little shack there.
Well, but on this show,
Silk stove.
Yeah, but Dad used to come down the way.
hey, you won't believe that. But this guy, his nephew worked at Texas Eastman, Jack Whitehead, and I know Jack good well. We served on the church board for 3 years together, and I've known the guy for about 25 years.
We'll feed him.
That's a coincidence. Yeah, no, this guy's nephew, Jack Whitehead at Texas Eastman, teaches in classes down there in mechanical maintenance, and I've known him for about 25 years. And we went to the same church together and were on the church board and everything. That's
How old
just a
is this guy?
coincidence.
Is he retired?
Oh, he's got, but yeah, he said he went to work like 1923, you know.
He said 23 to 29 down there on the.
On the 10 and 0, he said he was 19 when he went to work.
Well, did you see
Yeah.
how they went down and talking to the got it down with the thing?
Yeah.
Missed a lot of that stuff.
You going back to,
Permanently
you
paper.
going back to PB?
Yeah, and it's up here all the way, so we
Oh, I
got
know. But it was good.
Really old train.
Oh, just wouldn't miss it in the world.
Let's have another get together.
Boy, that makes
Oh,
sense.
Yeah, see, I didn't know anything about it. And,
So glad you came. I just been thinking a lot about you. I don't know his address right around.
well, James, so what, Chuck, James gave my address in here.
Hey, listen, we enjoyed it.
I got it.
We will.
Sorry you been
We gotta get it right.
I'm gonna be as good as
See, he lives in the
Tell him what I said.
I appreciate it so much.
I said, we'll pay you. You don't have to go.
He had different than himself.
Okay, well, nice to see you.
Well, y'all know.
We'll feed you.
We'll have to go and we'll have to have a green light. No green light. Meatloaf, chili, anything like that.
I'll be back, man.
You come to train on
That's the ones that are not gonna They had 3 sets of specs. They started at 1, and they started at 200, and they started at 400. That's where they all come from.
See, when Dad down there, the place that where we was running, I was recently, well, it's 87, I turned to go, got my son-in-law, she graduated from nursing school, got out for a few days,
son-in-law's dinner.
And I don't
They were on
know
that chicken.
big around
I thought the thing they were gonna use this old place, they were gonna stay in a family.
just in the time, all around some
I just let them have it. Then one of my girls teaches here in town, had to play the one in Houston, maybe one in town.
Next.
Well, good to see you. Talk about some of the old stuff. Yeah, this is Angel. I extend going well as I go up, so I go through there, I go down and see my daughter and my son-in-law. I never go, you know, but I've seen it over there.
They just started that, I was down there.
They moved it into town.
Yeah, I've been in since I was down there about a year ago. Well, I went down there to a home down there. Last day in March.
It's the last weekend in March.
I was down there. I didn't go this year. They got married. And we going to go, but it rained this morning.
Bad weekend.
But my daughter's house, I was out on Friday night. Spent the night in Carolina. We were going to drive down there Saturday morning. Woke up at 5 o'clock Saturday morning. It poured down rain there in Collins. And the news said it was raining everywhere, so we didn't go. We've been going down every year.
I go to, and that's gonna be a week from tomorrow, Gail at homecoming in college. See, that's really what Mo was talking around, you know. Now, that's the first Saturday, that's Sunday.
You think it'd be all right if I picked up one of the hooks? Start making old engine out there.
Like a motor car coming down the track.
Sounded like somebody started one up, didn't it? Is this a new one, or is this one of the originals?
Well, when I first started to work, the solid round was the way, and it didn't have the string, you just had to put your order in here, and that was solid
Turn them
round.
loose when they go.
Then we'd have to turn this loose.
Oh, and they just catch the whole thing and keep it.
No,
Yeah, they throw it down the side of the track about a mile down.
Yeah,
They take
it's
the order.
further for you to walk.
Yeah, they take the order out of here, and then we bring it back. This way, we hold on to that string and just take the string out, took that string out, take the order out, pull the string down. We always carry a big bunch of strings already fixed up. And we go put the order.
Gotcha, I'm slow. It's a wonder I got this old.
The closer the train gets, the longer it takes you to get that order in that thing.
We
I bet.
could tie these strings, tie a loop in like that. And then we just put the order in and put it on there and hand up. He just gets that.
Why did the trains actually have to physically carry an order with it?
Well, that's the only way they knew where to meet and so forth. They had,
Oh,
we telegraph
that's right.
operators had to copy these orders.
I keep forgetting, no radio to the cab, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
No radio.
That's the only way they knew where they didn't meet
That's
that.
actually a copy of an order that
Because-
I did when I worked at the Baptist here in 1938. That's the actual copy of it. That's that. She would have to make 5 copies of an order. And that's 2 copies for the engine, 2 copies for the boot, and keep the list copy. Well, that's actually the order that I copied.
Did you take that with you when you retired as a memento, or was it still here?
No, it's Chuck.
Chuck found?
Chuck was one that helped Bill put in all that stuff.
Were you surprised to see it?
How it was?
In your handwriting and all?
Yeah. All couple of orders. See, this was addressed to the operator instead of a train. This is just a safety order. This train running this way and this way goes already had the order. But there's beat that back. Really addressed it to the operator. I was supposed to give it to the person that got there to be sure he didn't go on by without the order. That's just a safety order.
I guess I always thought that the signals, the semaphores did all that, but you have to tell them.
All them signals there for was to make him get there.
Oh, to make it stop coming.
They didn't have to stop.
Oh, I mean,
Way they got the order. Let me get some other. Oh, here's one of the old hats.
oh, there's a hoop.
Put it in here, you see, and he'd catch it, but he maybe did have to chase this thing down on it.
Depending on how good a friend you were, or not, you know, what kind of movie you was in.
You only have to wait, you got that order out. But I didn't know this one. But anyhow,
you get that out of fifty? Well, you are, oh, sure. God, that really is slow.
We got some stations on this speed that they haven't called in,
That's what I don't understand. Longview was ON, I think my uncle told me.
Were you an operator too?
No, my uncle, I was just helping him get here today.
Okay.
And I was learning about these hoops and all.
We got to these orders, he'd be calling here, he'd be sending this thing, we'd lift that top of that order over here, make 5 copies of it.
Where was your dispatcher for cotton? Fire. He covered a lot of areas. I saw that log in there from 1913. There was 16 trains just in the morning. Is that both directions that would be in that log? Just one direction? Now?
But yeah, I've seen time when run, I want to tell you, that's like during World War II.
I bet the traffic. I bet the traffic was immense in World War II.
The way you do that for water, say if there's that train coming out of Mount Vernon, you're going this way, that one coming out of Colorado, coming this way, they have nowhere to be.
Sure. Well, Rockland used to be a pretty busy place,
So
didn't it?
he'd move.
Rockland and this.
Yeah, I heard some of the old timers over there, Jackson, they were talking about Rockland
You are
down there.
I say you are.
Yeah, I think I heard of someone talking
I'll
about
leave my cameraman here, I lost the
Ronald
case, I
Wolf
lost
from
the camera.
Jacksonville was born
I want
about
one
the
of those
second day he get
applications,
to
what'd
Rockland.
you do with it? Oh, really? Is this it? Yeah.
And,
You find his camera back?
When they say couples.
y'all ain't gonna
What's it look like?
It's just one of those little can of pure
I saw one coming.
Let that break down.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those old folks, they used to make electricity out of them.
I'll see if I can.
We need to get one of those.
Oh, yeah. Send in the.
Yeah, let breakdown.
I'm looking for Billy's camera.
I got it.
Find it, okay.
It's in the
He wants to do this.
Oh, yeah, they have one. We got them.
And then you'd send it on the mission.
Louis?
Green light would change, you know, they had red. Crows put red light. Let that break down, I tell you. That's big. We'll see this thing. After them know that I put that break down, and he knows the red light here and go forward.
You used, what, bluestone? Bluestone.
That is, copper sulfate.
Yeah.
Copper sulfate, what it is. Sure did. Well, they took that out here about 1940.
Yeah.
They made a lot of changes here about 1940.
Oh, yeah.
They put the dispatcher's phone in. Now, do you remember, you see this is in 1927, they had that butterfly train on the seat.
Did the schedules
We're
change
trying to
a whole
figure out
lot?
when they put in
Did
the
this just take care of trains being a little slow on the way?
They had
because
the
of mechanical
semaphores
problems
whenever
or
I
whatever?
went to work.
Well, they did. Wait until they
It was 28, 29.
Oh, yeah,
They had-
I think,
Sure.
we think
I
it
just thought freight
was,
trains were regular too. Did you ever, that shows you how dumb I am.
Years ago, they probably all put them in about the same time. Whenever they put in the semaphores there instead of the old,
yeah, the butterflies, you know, we think, this is 1927. It had the butterfly. That picture is dated 1927. They had the
That's
butterfly.
a lot of responsibility.
They did a lot of track work through here in 1929 and 1930. Gifford and Hill did it. Getting ready for those 800s. That came out in 1930. And,
Yeah, that's whenever I went, they were rebuilding this road from here to Course County.
that was bad. Right down through this bottom down here, there were some bad curves, and they took it all out a little bit. Took that big cut out through the hills out there.
And there's a hill out here that's called, Winch.
Harvard, yeah.
You know, they used to have problems there because the colored people lived out there, you know, that football player played with, who was it, he played with,
Oh, yeah.
He came from out there around Harvard. But anyway, they get off out there and they stay till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
If they broke down
in Mount
somewhere in the
Pleasant.
middle somewhere, or
And
they
catch
had a
a train.
derail, it was just a long time before you found out.
And they catch
I guess,
a
if they
train.
weren't near a phone or somebody
They
along
pull
the
air on it. Where they could get off
Well,
over
that's,
there.
how far away were they?
And then he couldn't make it, only take the into
Oh, so you could have a good hike. You could have a 5-mile hike or something.
leave part of it, go back and get the other part.
Unless there was a road nearby.
Lots of time and left after railroad.
That was really,
Now, feel the way with that, it looks like cane. That's nice and light.
I don't know when that came in, it wasn't here yesterday, it was somebody brought it in. That's the first time it's a railroad. But actually,
Actually,
this other steel, it just takes the string out.
Sure.
and we're going to
Over
get
over that one over there.
Did you ever hand that ball to,
Take the whole road.
I never did like
Well, they
it, but
invented the string to go with it. But it don't have to hold it.
yeah.
This look familiar?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
I never did like to handle them up, I was getting too close to them especially whenever they come through.
That's all right.
Of course, they had a longer handle than
Well, I
that.
started to say, I hope there was more handle. I don't think I'd want to,
Yeah, but you stand up there and
You're
then
handling-
lean out the window and
are you handing it to the engineer?
engineer,
I wouldn't want to stand that close to an engine.
you know,
No.
he's up there in the engine, you got to,
That's a long
you have
way.
to get up pretty close. And even with the long one to get down and, or he can stick his hand through there and grab it, and then he pitches his old about 100 or 2 yards down there, and you got to go retrieve it.
Of course, I have a bare memory of steam engines running, and of course I was small, but to stand that close at the platform for a steam engine to come through, I'd hate to have to hand something to somebody.
One night I was out to a long train, it never had. And coming down the hill, I was working out a little plant over at where the KBB and then sold out to somebody else. Kind of thing, caution. I was gonna tell you though, while I was standing out there handing it up, and there's something come out at night. Come out, it's like they cut out all the grass. I walk out down there and look and see it's flying. Sharp as a razor, a piece about that long off the wheel. Now if it hit my leg, can you imagine what would happen? Stood up there. Yeah.
Flange came off the wheel, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Off the engine.
Yeah, the wheel.
You were just lucky you weren't in the right spot.
Oh.
Oh, the whole wheel?
Come back close to me there. He broke my leg all to pieces or put a shirt on.
Sure, all that weight moving.
Oh, I never did.
Found 2 pieces out there and notified.
Those are all gone? Just about, he gave us Ralph's bug. Left-handed bug, he gave it to us for the museum.
Is it here now?
It's in this case, we put it in the case out there.
Right.
And I just be moving the case back in here sometime next week. The case in this other room and here runs across this way. And keeps us.
That's my brother's. Bug, he spent about 50 years with the cotton belt, and I guess he was considered a pretty good operator.
He was an awful good, he was probably, I guess, a really
One of
good
the better.
Did you want to try the feel of yours?
No, I got, see it mine like this right here.
Okay.
And
brought his with him.
He tried this in Honolulu, he worked with Honolulu, so.
Did Billy get,
Yes, he and I know each other in Longview, and we played down on those, that was the families, and he's just recently lost his wife. But he's a real good friend.
Right. Nice to have you all.
We don't live too far apart, about 2 miles.
Yeah.
I live by myself. My wife's in the restaurant. She's been in the restaurant here 4 years. I live by myself. I got my right knee tore up a little over a year ago, and it hasn't, I can't stand too long yet from it.
Nice looking boots, I like those.
It's
a good color.
Well, I've got 2 artificial knees, each one.
My wife's got one artificial knee, and she was supposed to have the other done, but after she had one done, we had to put her in the restaurant so she never did have the other done.
Mr. Gaston was saying there's a lot of trains that still come through here. How many did you say?
We have about 14, 16 every 24 hours, don't we, Chuck?
yeah, we have, I'd say 14 on the Cotton Belt and about 6 on the LNA. We have about 20 trains. Sometimes the LNA, I'll tell you what, during that desert storm deal, over in the Gulf, they were running the military train just about every day, coming through here with those camouflage, those Bradleys and those Abrams tanks and trucks, all kind of, and then coming back the other way, when they came back from over there, the same thing. There would be just about one a day. And now we're having a lot of grain trains over there, solid train loads of grain, I guess going to Russia, you know. The big 4 or 5 engines and about 80 cars.
So they're shipping them out of Fort Hood or something, and taking them to the
They were
coast.
saying that the military were coming out of Fort Hood and see the Santa Fe Railroad. See, the Cotton Belt used to go down there, but they don't anymore. And the Santa Fe, they were bringing up from, I guess from Gatesville up to East Dallas, and the LNA would take over in East Dallas and take them to Shreveport, and the KCS would take them to Fort Polk. That's just the way they had to do it, you know.
What an effort.
I didn't see any troop trains, though. I guess those troop trains are things of the past. Used to call them mains.
Boy, I was working for, I was in the service, but they sent me to work for the Western Pacific out there during World War II. And whenever I first went there, we were getting, well, they had a outfit in Salt Lake City, and every time you had a crew and power, you got a train thrown your way regardless of where it was going. So we were getting trains coming by, and they just taken me out of the service and sent me to work for the Western Pacific there, and they sent me to a little place between Stockton and Oakland called Altamont. It was nothing there. The Southern Pacific and the Western Pacific both came through this
Altamont Pass. I've been there many times.
Well, I was working there, and I just been there 2 or 3 days, and I was working graveyard shift, and the fellow that I was always relieved, as soon as I walked in the door, well, he shot out. He didn't tell me anything, you know, and I had to go over and see what. Well, this train came along, and I didn't have time to check anything, so I just stopped him, and he stopped off way back down there, and he and they came walking up there, and they asked me, says, well, says, what have we got? And I says, well, I don't know, because I haven't had time to check it out, you know. So we went in there and checked out, and he says, well, says, I've been all right, but says, I sure am glad that you didn't clear me, because not knowing anything, because says I've got 78 cars of explosives on this floor. I said we would have flattened this if we had got that.
Well, did you have to wear a military uniform when you?
No, they let me wear civilian, everything. I was just like a civilian.
But you drew military pay, though, didn't you?
I drew military pay plus railroad pay.
Oh, golly, okay.
And so then then whenever it turned around and came back, you know, after the war was over, well, and they started coming back, well, the dispatcher, I was working evenings there, and they sent me to Sacramento. And I didn't stay at Altamont for just a few days. They sent me to Sacramento. I was working evenings in Sacramento there, and at the yard office. It wasn't really a full-size yard. It was just a small yard, and the main yards was up in Oroville, up in the mountains, and down at south there. But every time they put out an order, to get them to Sacramento, and then another on up to Oroville, or vice versa, and then lots of other things there. So, but anyway, the dispatcher, he was an old fella. He told me he's going to retire soon as the war settled down there, but he wouldn't call me up to tell me what we had done. And we began to get these, that boat come into Oakland Pier there, and then we get, sometimes we get 10 or 12 sections of one train, coming back, just one right after the other. One night, they come in, they going, and so they pulled in and stopped up there, and the conductor come in. He says, they got to do something. He says, we got to do something. And I said, well, what's wrong? He says, whenever these boys came in from overseas, says he told them that on the boat, as soon as they got off and onto the train, they'd feed them. Says they got them onto the train, and says they told them they didn't have anything until the next morning. Set up for the next morning, and says they threatening to tear this thing apart if we don't do something. So I got a hold of the dispatcher and all, and we worked it finally. We worked it out, and we told them we'd get them boxes, box lunches. They was a restaurant up in Oroville that told them that they'd have much, and they told them when they was on the troop train there, and says if you would just leave it intact till we get it up there. And so that satisfied them. So they called me back after that and told, says they got their back with box lunches. But I don't blame them. But them boys been overseas, and they's coming in, and they wouldn't feed them their last meal there on the boat, and then come on, and they said, well, they didn't know anything about it. They was just set up for morning, and they were just, and I can't imagine. And that lunch, they kind of rowdy anyway. They kind of back to old shit, and they had tore him up.
I forgot my bug.
Yeah, I wasn't sure when you left or not.
Well, I went over there to tell Jack.
You ever had a chance to get to the Sacramento Railroad Museum?
Jack and Mary.
No, I haven't, and we were
We
in
sure
last
did have a
Sunday.
good time.
Last Wednesday, we were in
Good to see
Sacramento.
you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Mr. Martin came to visit me out there in California.
Where'd you work?
That's Ralph's brothers, Cotton Belt.
Well, I knew Ralph.
But that was a few years ago,
Yeah.
back in the latter 20s, early 30s.
Before my time. I was born 1928.
Well,
Martin, did your,
Just like
That's a
this.
fabulous place.
I bought this along about 1946 before it
Martin and
built.
I went through.
I ordered it from some guy.
It's also
It's
those
on the
mountain
FP got it
Indians.
for me.
I've never seen it.
And I
oh,
think it cost
that's cool,
$13.
that Western Pacific has
What's your
them,
name?
with
Where are you from?
the engineer and all set on the front.
Yes,
Oh,
cabs ahead.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
sister used to live in Mount
Yeah.
Shirley.
They got one
It
over
was
like
like
a four-story building up there.
We stood next to it, and there's a little sign at the bottom that says, "Million pounds weight."
Yeah. Oh boy, that was a huge thing.
Are you an operator?
No, sorry. I'm Matthew and Mr. Mark here.
Nice
We
day.
came up together.
Well, where do you live?
I live in Longview now.
Do you?
But I used to work with
Way back in?
back About 28, early 30s.
Were you with the railroad or Western Union or?
Cotton Belt Railroad, 44 years.
44. Wow.
I retired 3 years ago.
Well, my brother did his son.
Just
He
3 years.
got 50 years then.
Ralph did. Well,
You
my
know,
dad,
he liked about 3 months being with them 50 years. He started out like my daddy was a section foreman. He started lighting lights, switch lights.
on switch stands,
And then he came on, and Mr. Graves, I know, do you remember Mr. Graves?
I worked down at Gilmer some.
Well, he was,
In
Mr.
46.
Graves was agent at Saltella where we lived whenever that.
Really?
And Mr. Graves taught Ralph and a brother that's older than he, how to telegraph.
Really?
And so they both went to work but my oldest brother left and went to, for the Rock Island, and he worked for years for the Rock Island.
Did you start before the end of the war?
I started February the 1st, 1945, and February the 2nd, I was 17. So what does that tell you?
You started before the end of the war.
Well, yeah, February the 1st, 1945.
Was it?
War was over in August. So
You gotta use this very much like I said,
No, but I've got a practice it. Oh, I didn't hook this up too bad where I
We're having that.
but I don't ever because I don't want anybody talking.
Were women operators common in that day, or is it only because of the war?
Well, now the first woman they hired was Sarah Smith. And she went to work in 42. And they hired her up at Texas County Yard or somewhere out at Ilo because they needed operators. She was a Western Union operator. She could already tell us.
Was that the same code as Western Union as railroad?
Yeah. Yeah,
He
before
was
so.
over in 142, but I remember.
They hired her first, and then there was another woman from Summer, Jenny George, who went to work in 43, and I'm thinking they hired her, she was before Telegraphers Convention, before they hired her, and then they hired some more, and they gave us on-the-job training.
So it was primarily because of the war. Otherwise, you would have.
Well, they were short
It would have been
operators.
harder to get in. But you were able to stay. That's great. You stayed 44 years.
My daddy was 45.
Great things, I guess, it
He retired in,
That was the
Is that where you learned
best degree.
your
Daddy,
skills? Did he
Daddy
teach you
used to,
how
we
to
had to practice it, Mom used to take us practice, but you know, we had on-job training. And so, everybody helped me. I used to,
What was his signature?
X, Derek Cox, but he worked 45 years, and he retired in 1960 out there. He didn't live for 5.5 years.
And you know, when you passed away,
Anyway, I worked at Gilman, I worked all the stuff they had right. I didn't work
yeah, Bill Hart passed away. He was the dad of that right. He kept the whole
I got a regular job
They
in
were rated the
Congress.
best of all.
On third pick in 1950.
Conroe?
Commerce, that's right. And I stayed there. We moved to Commerce in 1940. Daddy worked in Athens. His first job after the Depression was Athens, and then of course got it, and then we went to Commerce in 1940. I've been going.
Railroad was a good job during the Depression. It was good, steady.
Well, Daddy was on the export. He'd been working a long time. He was on the export during the Depression. He was down at Rawlins, Texas. You know where that is? Well, it's on the other side between Lufkin and White City. Rawlins, B-R-A-D-D-U-S. They got somebody in Huntington down there. And he went on the export. We moved up to St. Augustine State. My grandfather and grandmother. And then we moved to Athens in 36. When I was 8 years old. Stayed there a couple of years, and went to Louisiana a couple of years, and we went to Congress.
That's Mr. Gadsden.
We moved over to the Congress.
He worked, I've forgotten what years, but he worked there. And this man, he doesn't long, he worked there.
I went to work
So we got a lot of
there.
people who have connections
Come
to,
on. How far
to
you
this
Yeah,
art building,
yeah.
and I'm so glad, and they've been very
Power drive
responsive.
from
Have
that.
pictures.
We're going up to Mountain.
No, it really is.
It's high, about 50 miles, 55 miles.
And I'm sure they'd be glad to answer
answer any questions if you have any. That I can't answer on. Somebody wanted to know what the.
Yes, well, nice to meet you.
What the cans.
So they hold this every year. My name is Lynn Miss.
Well, good thing to advertise the sound.
We'll have it next year. I think we're going to build a building out here. We're going to use that for a meeting room also, so we'll have a backyard out there, then we'll come in here. It's a little bit more than that.
But listen, cut off the issue.
Well, I started in when I first joined, well, the young people, lifetime, well, I've got a lifetime.